Hey, what's up? Uh, how you guys doing? Those fucks slapped me out of my position, and now they're gonna run it. Probably. You doing okay this morning? Yeah, I'm hanging in there. Holding hell, the cost basis of 26 down from 32. Averaging down a lot. Nice. What's Hal at? Did Hal drop again? I know everything fell super fucking hard with the drop in oil. Hal doesn't look too bad. Nice. I have one question. How dare you? What did I do? Cherison Brunet. The most bullish thing I've ever seen. Why are you gonna be $5 poorer a month? Juice in the caboose? Oh shit. Why did I just type in juice in the caboose into the Google address bar? Ugh. It sounded like you need some dopamine. Do you need a hug or some zero DT pets? No, I don't have any dopamine. That's the problem. So I'm never gonna unsubscribe no matter what you charge. Well, hold on. Tariffs are still delayed until August 1st. So, you know, there's probably a chance for a taco trade there. Gakko? Doesn't work. I know that's why I said what I said. Oh. Really do need a hug. Everything's gonna be fine after a couple of weeks past the yeah. I don't remember what I was saying. Nuke, if I had any emotional regulatory hormones, I would give them all to Pepe jamming. That's not ringing any bells, Jen. What's your question, JC? I think the first part of it didn't post, because the only things you've said in chat that I can see are intermittently through the day, and can you answer my question? If you guys are going to get angry at me about not answering questions, please at least note whether or not your question posted to the chat. Yeah, but it didn't post. I see it there. Is it like grayed out? Here, this is your entire chat history that I have on my side from today. You guys always think I'm ignoring you, and in reality, I'm just not getting asked any questions. See, look at this. No, it didn't. It didn't. It says, LOL, I believe you, and then didn't post that time. Posting the same thing that YouTube's blocking a second time isn't going to get. You have to reword it somehow. There's something in the context of the message that YouTube is blocking. Why do FOMC minutes matter? Oh, they don't. The market just has nothing else to be excited about this week. Everyone knows you need to do a Ko-Fi to get a question answered. Ooh. I'm willing to set that up as the way we get things done. Then I'll feel maybe that'll bring my dopamine back. I made $100 in this little dip thanks to GS. Almost paid for itself already. Nice. Wait till it pays for the full year up front on its own. That's when it starts to feel good. How can so much immense rugged handsomeness and stock god status be held in one entity? Isn't that unsafe in the eggs in one basket sense? It is. It is. I'm constantly at risk of imploding on my own ego. Gherk loading phase. Chat, close chat, and reopen to see if your message was posted. Thank you for coming to my TEDx speech. Thank you, Bravo. All right. I'll be here, JC. Stop nickel and diming us. We're already Dan's. What are you talking about? I wanted the pickle jar to know what it feels like to be on the other side of these letters. GS pays for a full year in less than a week. Nice. Uh, the one physics major in chat getting my shitty joke. Thanks, man. Why is your dopamine so low? It's my serotonin too. They put me on like a first generation like corticosteroid allergy medication because I needed something stronger, and it's just destroyed all of my happy hormones. Which I think even more disturbingly didn't really feel like anything had changed until the doctor told me, but now I have psychosomatic symptoms. 1 second. I'm back. I still don't remember the difference between acceleration and velocity. Physics 1, 2 is my weakness since it involved thinking. Velocity is how fast you're going. Acceleration's whether you're pumping the gas or slamming the brakes. Are we going to watch Trump embarrass our nation in front of African leaders? Probably. You know, I actually feel like Trump would probably do really well at like a convention of African warlords. Like his whole media and conspiracy campaign was like, pretty much directly lifted from there. It's pronounced Lord of War. Did I not say direction? I said how fast you're driving. Obviously, you're driving in a direction. Meters over seconds. Still have velocity. What the fuck is a meter? The perfect response. Oh, you finally figured it out? Fuck yeah, man. Awesome. Did they ever figure out what was actually wrong? Hmm. VPN? Oh, okay. Yeah, that'll do it. But didn't I tell you that early on? Maybe not. Watching the Bulls work their magic on GS is beautiful. What magic? Bulls aren't doing anything right now. They've got less dopamine than I do. I don't think it's a good sign that we like rallied it open into all of the upside positioning and then it collapsed immediately. By the way, AES is up 18%. Nice. Have we reviewed those? Like, how is everything that I thought would have near term impacts performing? Oh, okay. Nice. Well, at least it's fixed. That's awesome. I'm glad to have you aboard, man. Wait, are you Cock Magic? Whatever happened to Cock Magic? I know he, like, lost a couple condos. It was sort of a pickle spec. Yeah, I did a write up on shit that would be impacted by the big beautiful bill in the near term. Yeah, damn, fucking up 17% today. Holy shit. I haven't been here since June, man. What I miss? A lot of index trading, bearish things during a bull market. The advent of our own options data platform. Infinite shit posting. Hmm. No, Farmville's not a millionaire. Well, because someone's trying to buy AES. I'm excited for you, man. Are you becoming interested in GME options at this lowish price? Low IV. Mm, oh no, it looks really bad. I think it was like under 21. The options chain got substantially worse. I still like my $18 price. I know I might not get it, but the options market is pricing in around 18 bucks over time. Delta's still slightly elevated. There's a lot of positive gamma on the chain. Damn. The options market on GME is pricing it at like $8 by June of 2026. $8.22. Yeah, maybe somewhere in August. Plenty of vol to continue shorting. Out of the money. I will say it'll be hard to go under 20. But I think it could go down a bit further from where it's at. Ooh, nice. I wonder if Tesla loses 295 today. Like, actually loses it. Not the shit where it bounces off of 93. Jesus Christ. And if it is, just pinned to Gamma Max. Ooh, maybe I'll sell some spreads on it. They don't have earnings for a while. I feel like we're gonna get fucking just squeezed into this range until something breaks. Wow, until the minutes. The options market doesn't really say anything about Fubo because Fubo's got like 5 fucking strikes on its chain. Bloom Energy's up 20% too. Grok started calling itself Mecha Hitler and then told anti-Semitism X account facts over feelings when it voiced opposition. Weird. Are you sure Elon's not just writing Grok's tweets? Elon, no, I'm not. Aren't they all like specifically programmed not to do that? That's true to the night after they turned off Grok. Grok has fled to Argentina. That's kind of beautiful. Hmm. Just through the night, I think ChatGPT has historic stuff from 2023 and prior. Ugh, no. Yeah, it's the old financial data is dog shit. You just don't know how it's performed for the last 2 years. Aw. I am alive. How you doing, Dave? Also, barely. Sorry to hear that. This is gonna be really fucking boring until the Fed minutes. What's your gut telling you? Back to 70, down to 6,200. I mean, I think the Fed's position is still just neutral, so I, I honestly don't think a lot's gonna happen. We could fall back to about 30 here, where there's some support. Hmm. Does the market actually want rate cuts? For now, yeah. You could chop or consolidate $5 lower. It would be appreciated. Um, sold puts under 62.35. A lot of sold puts at 30. So you got any advice on scalping? Don't do it prior to an FOMC meeting when all the price is bound in like a fucking $3 range. You want to know why the morning pump failed so badly? Profit taking. The advice isn't always don't. There's good scalping setups. You're just not likely to get them in an environment where IV is super, like, well, realized vol is being crushed. Like, everything's fucking just being sold. Like, everyone's gonna sell the event vol into the event, and then they'll pull back the one side or the other following the event. And no, because of IV crush, buying straddles is not great. It can be okay, but given that the FOMC minutes usually ends up being a non-event, and there's generally very little actual surprise in them, usually you just end up in a scenario where you've bought options that are overpriced and are also going to get crushed. Sell a condor, then pull back one side. You're going to do it algorithmically? Because they're going to pull back their side a lot faster than you pull back yours. There's some scenarios in the market where there's just not a lot of there's just not a lot of edge for retail. This is one of them. The other one is dividend harvesting. There's more, but those are two big ones. No way, I'm the John Henry Paul Bunyan of trading. A machine can't be faster than me. That's nice. But if you like your money, I would put I would put that money on the machine being way faster than you. If you do you just want like generalized information about scalping? Yeah, but Paul Bunyan doesn't. He wins, and then he wanders off into the sunset with his blue cow. Generally, you want to scalp. When you're looking to scalp, you're looking to scalp larger price movements. And scalping, by definition, is buying and selling within a price trend. So usually for a setup, you're looking for a rapid move up or a rapid drop preceding your entry. At which point you either hope for a continuation or a reversal. But the entries are generally very tight And you can also just enter once you've confirmed and then exit before the prior low or prior high. Scalping is okay with options. It's better on futures, but it's supposed to be a fairly they're supposed to be fairly low risk trades with high payout potential, and they're very quick entry and exit. You can't really, I mean, you can scalp with options, but it's mostly bullshit. Good to see you're still teaching people things that they will inevitably fail at. I do try. JPow's not going to resign. Yeah, 10-year auctions coming up. That could be a little bit interesting. Scalp with Delta, don't go out of the money. Yeah, that's also fairly good advice. And that also doesn't mean like, I mean, you can do it at the money, but you're much better off in the money. And not even like one strike, like a couple. Like 2 strikes in the money. That way you just get exposure to the delta. See, that's not really scalping. I mean, yes, when you hit the outer bounds of the market maker's expected move, you have a lot of profit taking and yield seeking that occur at the same time. And this tends to drive reversals. Not always, but very often. And so, yeah, that is a trade opportunity. However, that's not really scalping. Scalping would be like confirming the reversal, entering, and then exiting before the entirety of it is realized. This is something people in the pickle jar have noticed fucking hate doing, but they don't like to confirm moves because the profitability is lower. So the psychological like incentive to confirm a move rather than buying, the potential peak or selling the potential peak, is less conducive to taking risk. And so what you get is you get a lot of people like you'll get a trend up into consolidation and they short here and then it trends up more. And in reality, scalping is like you get the trend up, you get the consolidation, then you get a breakdown, which is then confirmed, right? Then you enter. Your stop is at the confirmation level, and your take profit, is down here. So basically, the spread when you're scalping, the spread between your buy and stop is very narrow. Either you immediately realize continued price action as expected, or you get stopped out immediately. The problem with the term scalping is it gets used in a really generalized way where most of the trades are not actually scalping. How tight are the stops? Tight as fuck. Like you're literally like, okay, so say you're watching a contract, right? And you're like, I'm gonna short this strike, when this contract hits back here, right? So like say this is like 850 on the contract, and this is like say it's a put, and this is like 1150, right? And it falters, starts to fail, bounces back, and then it hits your confirm, right? So you buy the put, or well, I guess this is backwards. Call. So you sell the call or buy the put. The chart would be inversed for the opposite for the buy side. Right. And you're buying it at 850. You're setting your stop at like 860. Right? Because if price action goes back this way, bad entry. So you want to get stopped out immediately. But if price action continues after you've confirmed the failure, then you're gonna make money. So basically you're taking, $10, $20 of risk to potentially make, what, like, say this goes back to like 6, like say like 250. Or and you can just flip all that for buy side. It's the same thing, right? It's just the chart's like that instead. How do you ever not get stopped out when it's that tight? Because you're confirming the price action. So you're basically chasing and when you're scalping, you're chasing the move up in the pricing of the contract. So the contract price is already going up or going down, right? You're just jumping in and jumping out on that momentum. Is there somewhere I can learn resistance levels? Gamma Strike helps with that a lot. Because you can see the amount of leverage at any given strike and use that to determine where you're going to run into support and resistance. Oh yeah, prove it. I mean, we hit like the peak of downside gamma on the drop earlier and bounced off of it. GS helps with that way more than a lot. Yeah. We also like kind of broke through we broke through I guess earlier this morning, this was the peak of gamma and then it kind of collapsed, but 60 was a very high level. So failing that, this would have been like an excellent scalp, right? Like where you have like this failure on the 60 strike. So if you'd waited till 58.50, bought a put, set your stop, right? You would have just racked up profits all the way down to like 62.47. Scalping is a successful beginning and end of a chase. No, it's the middle. It's like there's a police chase. Right, and they're driving after the bad guy. And you know, pull out of a side street and briefly join in the fun before going, oh, fuck that. Do you wait to see the skin color of the driver before you commit? Mistake it for a street race? Sure. Scalpers are the third police car before it flips. Sure. Okay. You guys just make up whatever fucking scenario you want. In and out. In and out on momentum. Can we talk hypothetically what happens if we drop to 1% rates? We don't? What about this morning's price action? Bounce at 34, failure at 42, new low at 32. Why was that a bad place to enter a put? You talking about this? Like this bounce into GF? It's not if you have a stop at like DF, right? Like if you'd entered a 40 like a 40 put here or a 45 put and put your stop at the delta flip, that would have been a great put entry. You probably would have taken profit before the second leg down. But or like gotten stopped out, right? Like if you moved your stop up into profitability, you would have gotten stopped out. But if you didn't move your stop up and you were like fairly confident of a larger failure, then, you know, you could have made a bit more. I guess like 36 down to like 30, 31. Is that 31? Yeah. So enter the lows was dumb. Did you buy a put down here? Yes. I mean, I'll be honest. This was probably worth shorting. After we fell back into like the median range for price action for the day, especially given that it's like an FOMC day. Um, like just trading anything long side seems shitty. And then also, vol on contracts is going to just continue to move up into 2 p.m. So, like selling options isn't super great either. There was an opportunity to either sell calls or buy puts on the upside this morning, and I would say most of the rest of the day fairly devoid. Like I wouldn't trade options on this. Maybe futures. Like this shit I would have traded on futures. Like the bounce, the failure, like those would have been worth trading on like MES or something. But like the only thing really worth trading options on today was this. Selling calls up here and then buying puts on the confirmed failure. The rest of this shit, garbage. This is really bad for options trading. Since we're learning hard today, I've been paper trading broken wing butterflies for SPX. Can you input on calls versus puts for it in this climate? I'm much more concerned of a big down. So you're trading broken wings? Hmm. Hmm. So wait, you wanna I mean call broken wings benefit on a downside move. Oh, are you doing them like at spot? Or just like any offset is gonna be like call broken wings are bearish, put broken wings. Like if you're selling a just a butterfly, put versus call, um, or buying, those are the only thing that really matters there is like the put call like the put call spread. Which is generally insignificant. So like when you're doing put or call better, but like on broken wings, call broken wings are bearish, put broken wings are bullish. So I think you're referring to more like long put or long call butterflies. And I mean, whichever one has the better premium, which, you know, due to put call parity should be relatively the same, but sometimes there's a little bit of like additional arbitrage. Net credit would be, those are just iron butterflies. Or like out of the money broken wings. Well, generally you have like stages of the market ripping, right? Like you have the reversal part, which we got out of April's low, which you confirm at the, you know, the prior high. Then you have like the all-time high. Then above the all-time high, you generally have a lot of sold calls so you can squeeze. But once the squeeze part is exhausted, you can get a failure. Well, not necessarily that deep, but maybe like that. And then you have to see if new buyers come in. Like, and if they don't, you know, you get additional failure. Broken wings aren't a great way to play a big downside move. Like they're okay because you can get net credit out of the money, but there's a lot of factors working against you, right? Like if you add a lot of theta to them, then you know you can kind of you'll lose out on profitability if they hit peak, if they hit like their peak profit strike early, right? So you have to both time the move and then the duration of the move. So they tend to be really good for like opening, you know, outside of like outside of spot, and then you know what? Hold on, I could just show this more easily with option strat. So like let's do like SPX. So like say today for like FOMC, and please, dear God, don't trade this. Say you wanted to play the 6200 like like that, and then but then you could also do like the upside. Like that, right? And then technically you're profitable on any price between 20, almost any price between 2015 and here, hold on, let me save this so it stops changing the premium. Okay. So you'd be profitable on pretty much any price between 2016 and 6253, right? Except with the exception of staying directly at spot. Hey, look, it's J Fresh. Yeah, you just put some sunglasses on it. Don't trade this. Wink, wink. No, the max profit's $825, which would be if the market closed at, either of your outer strikes. Those are a little off center, but not at spot, right? And then you can adjust that, and you can make the wings wider or the spot narrower. Like you can do it like that, so that you're profitable at all, like between 20 and 50 at close. You can, if you have like a bullish bias, you can like move this down. There, like that. Right, and then you're profitable between like 37 and 63, or, you do like that. 35 and 64. You do it like that, but you have a wider spread in the middle. See? But remember that profitability is only at close. So if you have to close this earlier in the day, right? Say like 2 p.m., your total profitability is really tiny. Like you're gonna make like 6%. We can go back to the original one. Hold on. Anyway, something to think about. Guaranteed max loss if anyone tries this. Probably. Are you waiting for the candle to close? I don't put that much weight into that. I just make sure the level's breached. Although I'm also using like Gamma Strike to confirm where those levels are and where the market maker's hedge is going to additionally push momentum. Fed minutes are at 2. Also, what happened with the 10-year? High yield 4.362. Stop through 0.3 bips. So, a little bit of a tail. Bid to cover 2.61. 94% of the bids at high. Primary dealers only took 10.87%. Oh, sorry. No to opposite. Stop through 3 bips. Not a tail. So, okay demand. Seems a little heavy on the prime dealers, but smaller auction. It's tricky on GS. Watch it. We've discussed how to determine levels and where levels give out on the round tables like 30 times. But that's because like support resistance levels vary, at least on SPX, Very, very, very rarely exist as far as options are concerned at the actual strike, but more in between two strikes. And that's why we paint this line here, so you can get a better idea of where the rate of change in gamma increases the most, and that is not at the strike. It is between strikes. Question on your scalping TED Talk you're giving. Is this specific for 0 DTE with tight stops and everything? I mean, you could use 1 DTE. A lot of scalpers do to reduce volatility in the contract. They trade the delta versus I mean, because that's more akin to trading the underlying or trading a stock without the additional, spread risk that would be present in a shorter dated or out of the money option. Okay, class, what is the rate of change of gamma called? They'd know if they read the docs. It can be, yeah, but you can have liquidity issues on 1 DTE. When I used to scalp SPX like a lot, sometimes I would have to go even out to like the Friday contract to find, depending on like the moves earlier in the day, sometimes you have to go out to like the higher interest contracts later in the week in order to get that delta exposure without a ton of slippage. So, say it's Tuesday and the market has already moved, 40 bips. These contracts up here are going to have very low liquidity initially on the 1 DTE, which presents the same risk as the 0 DTE. As a matter of fact, it might be more risky than the 0 DTE in the money. And so sometimes you even have to go out like to the Friday contract to find a tight enough bid ask. That's correct, Mr. M. Fuck all this. Why is Cooper Sharp with fried onions on a seeded roll the best cheesesteak in the world? You know what? I don't actually like seeded rolls for cheesesteaks. But more than that, the thing I hate the most is canned mushrooms. Those things are fucking disgusting. Just make your own cheesesteak, Danimal. I know, I had a Midwest boomer grandma. She fucking loved canned vegetables. I don't think I've eaten a canned vegetable since becoming an adult. Yeah, canned mushrooms on pizzas. Even fucking Domino's doesn't use canned mushrooms. No problem, fly up. Happy to help, man. I hope you walk away with something from all of it. Those aren't the same thing, Nitu. Have you ever seen the whole chicken in a can? That's where you get the schmaltz if you want to make chicken soup. You get canned whole chickens. It's like 10% chicken, 50% chicken fat, and then the rest is bones and weird shit. Gelatin. I've never seen it, but I remember a comedian describing the sound it makes when it comes out of the can. 1 second. All right. Sorry about that. Trump doing a live thing.
To help bring peace back. No one wins when there's war. So you have our support so that we can bring peace back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President Trump. Thank you for your questions. A Nobel Peace Prize, while I don't see any problem with it, I think that President Trump deserves it for all the efforts that he's worked on. And he brought peace back in the SIAC region. That is my region, the region where DRC and Rwanda signed a deal. And so he is now bringing peace back into a region where that was never possible. So I believe that he does deserve a Nobel Peace Prize. That is my opinion on this.
Wait, text? What is this?
Very nice. Thank you. I didn't know I'd be treated this nicely. This is great. We could do this all day long. Thank you very much. Please, go ahead.
Mr. President, I believe that we have to continue to support America in the strength to be able to bring about peace in the world. America is a melting point and also a country that we all look forward to. And I want to encourage you, because without peace, we can't have a world to live in. And we stand with you on that.
That's right. Thank you. Well said. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for your question. Very important question indeed. Forgive me for saying this, but unfortunately, I don't really understand. I don't know how things work when it comes to Nobel Prizes, but I can guarantee you that Mauritania would never be opposed to President Trump receiving a Nobel Peace Prize, because he's already working very hard in favor of peace throughout the world with no distinction, no regard to what continent it's on, and he's working on areas where there are tensions everywhere, and he's committed towards peace, and our world needs more peace. Thank you.
Very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The jury will decide. It's not a matter of voting amongst our countries, but what is for sure is that the results and the work has been done in such a short amount of time show that you would be a good recipient. And I'm sure that the jury sees that, and the rest of the world sees it as well and understands it. When the time comes, I think everyone will see that it is a deserved prize. Congratulations on what you've done so far. If we took a poll, I think you would be very far ahead in those polls.
It's very nice. All of you, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Peter?
Thank you, President Trump. James Comey and John Brennan, now under criminal investigation related to the Trump-Russia probe. Do you want to see these two guys behind bars?
Well, I know nothing about it other than what I read today, but I will tell you, I think they're very dishonest people. I think they're crooked as hell, and maybe they have to pay a price for that. I believe they are truly bad people and dishonest people. So whatever happens, happens.
And now, a few weeks after the strikes that you ordered on the nuclear facilities in Iran, there is an Iranian official who says you, President Trump, have done something that he can no longer sunbathe in Mar-a-Lago. As you lie there with your stomach to the sun, a small drone might hit you in the navel. It's very simple. Do you think that's a real threat? And when is the last time you went sunbathing anyway?
It's been a long time. It's been a long time. I don't know. Maybe I was around 7 or so. I'm not too big into it. Yeah, I guess it's a threat. I'm not sure it's a threat, actually, but perhaps it is.
And on one other subject, two Democratic senators now, Cory Booker and Alex Padilla, have a new bill out. They want to require CBP and ICE officers to have legible IDs, and they don't want CBP or ICE officers covering their faces. Would you ever sign that?
Well, they wouldn't be saying that if they didn't hate our country, and they obviously do. I'm surprised that they would do it. Knowing a little bit about them, I don't know them well, but these officers are doing a tremendous job. They're great patriots. If you expose them because of statements like have been made by Democrats and others on the left, usually, mostly, I think probably exclusively, you put them in great danger, tremendous danger. And it's sort of funny when people picket in front of Columbia, in front of Harvard, and they have masks on, more than masks. I mean, you can't see anything. Nobody complains about that. But when a patriot who works for ICE or Border Patrol puts a mask on so that they won't recognize him and his family, so they can lead a little bit of a normal life after having worked so hard and so dangerously, there's a problem with that. So they have this is the problem with the Democrats. They have a lot of bad things going on in their heads. They've really become they've lost their confidence, number one, and they've become somewhat deranged. I want to do whatever's necessary to protect our great law enforcement people, and they are right at the top of the list.
And your agriculture department also announced this week that they are going to start limiting Chinese ownership of American farmland. Why do you think that the Chinese have been buying up all this farmland in our country so close to military installations?
Well, I don't want to get into that. I have a very good relationship with President Xi. We're going to see, and I'm going to, they're going to be making a recommendation to me, but we have a very good relationship. As you know, they're paying a lot of tariffs to the United States now, and so I'm not going to get into that right now. Yeah, please.
Yesterday, the Wall Street Journal reported that the White House was weighing whether to send another Patriot air defense system to Ukraine. Can you confirm that reporting?
They would like it. They've asked for it. They're very rare indeed, because a lot of systems have been sent to Ukraine. But they would like to. I know they made the request. We're going to have to take a look at it. Very expensive system. It's a shame that we have to spend so much money on a war that would have never happened if I were president. That's a terrible, terrible war over there, and truly a shame. It's very sad. When you talk about a system like that, highly sophisticated, tremendous amount of money, and they're doing it because they want to prevent death. They're getting hit hard, very hard. So we're looking at it.
Also on Russia.
Yesterday, sir, as well, Ukraine was hit by over 700 drones sent by Russia last night. What's your response to that attack?
Well, I've been sort of letting people know I'm not happy about what's going on. It's a war that should have never happened. It should not happen now. They're losing. Now it's up. I've been saying 5,000. Now it's up to 7,000. Think of it, 7,000 people a week on both sides. 7,000 people, young, mostly military people, young souls are dead and dying, and it should be stopped. It should be stopped. Very sad to see what's happening. Yes, please.
Sir, can you explain how you calculated your latest round of tariffs? Was there a formula that was used? And do you expect any of these countries to face tariffs as well?
The formula was a formula based on common sense, based on deficits, based on how we've been treated over the years, and based on raw numbers. And we're going to have a couple of more coming out today. Brazil, as an example, has been not good to us, not good at all. We're going to be releasing a Brazil number, I think, later on this afternoon or tomorrow morning. But they're based on very substantial facts and also past history. You look at the past history. We never had anybody in the White House that understood the numbers or were into it like I have. You know, we've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs, hundreds of billions, and we haven't even started yet. And it's going to be a great thing for our country. I think it's going to be a fair thing for the world. And we really haven't had too many complaints because I'm keeping them at a very low number, very conservative, as you would say, number. And we haven't had, I'm sure they will be complaining at certain points, but we haven't had complaints. We've been treated very unfairly by both friend and foe. And friend has treated us very badly. It's not even believable that for so many years, you know, I was using tariffs in my first administration. We had the most successful financially administration that there's ever been. This is going to be much better. But we got cut short with the COVID because I didn't think it was appropriate when, you know, Italy, Spain, it's the horror show that a lot of the countries went through. So I cut it a little bit short. But we took in hundreds of billions of dollars, and we had the most successful term ever from a president financially. But this is going to be much more successful. Yes, please.
Do you expect any of the countries here to face tariffs as well?
I haven't thought of it, but I don't know. Let's see, I like him, and him. No, I don't think so, not too much. He's very good. He's a friend of mine now. Yes,
Thank you for taking our questions, Mr. President.
Some bot
You talked
calls
about
at
the amount of
spot,
external
like
revenue
45,
the country
but
has
nothing
brought in
else.
thanks to your tariffs. Can you talk about how these hundreds of billions of dollars that are getting brought in will help grow the country, and what do you hope to put it towards?
Well, bigger than the tariffs, actually, are the fact that when you charge the tariffs at a certain point, they say, well, we can't pay those tariffs. It doesn't make economic sense. These are wealthy countries, and they or their companies will come into our country and build, and that's what's actually happening. If you had a very low tariff, there'd be no incentive to do that. If you have no tariff, like we used to have, which is so stupid, it's not even believable, but then obviously they make their product, the product in their country. They have the jobs, they have the income, they have the taxes, they have everything, and they just send it into us, and it's jobs that we wouldn't get. Now the wheel is turned, and what we're doing is more important, we're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars, money that we've never seen before. But more important than that, we have a lot of people that would rather not have to pay that. So they're coming in and they're building plants. AI, we're leading everybody, including China, by a lot with AI. They're building their own plant. You heard me say yesterday, they're building their own electric generating plants to go along with the factories or plants that they're building. If they want to do that, we're getting them fast approvals, very fast turnarounds. They're using mostly natural gas to start off, but they're using coal. They have the right to use coal. They have the right to use nuclear. Nuclear's come a long way in the last 5 years. So we're getting them very fast approvals. We have factories and plants building at a level that we've never had in this country before. Yeah.
And secondly, a study from the Council of Economic Advisors. You put it on Truth Social yesterday. It showed that your assessment that tariffs would slow inflation was accurate, and that the prices of imported goods since February has fallen. That your assessment was right, the critics were wrong. Why do so-called experts continually misread your economic policy, sir?
Well, it's not the experts. It's the fake news and a combination of that and the Democrats. I saw an ad on
Are all these
television
questions from the
today
same
on
guy?
Fox, and it was some ad about, Trump has raised costs. It's the opposite. I actually put out a statement. I brought down costs. I brought down the cost of groceries. I brought down the cost of energy, tremendously groceries. If you remember my first week in office.
Just getting fucking dick sucked
the
by
press
some
was screaming at me about the
random.
cost of eggs. They were 4 times higher than they were just a short time ago. That was caused by Biden and stupid policies, and we got that down. And by Easter, it was normalized, and now it's actually
glug.
even at a lower price. So when I see an ad like that, it's always good to respond. I feel you have to respond. It was an ad that things are more costly. No, they're much less costly. Yesterday, $1.99 a gallon. There's 3 states were selling gasoline at $1.99. You haven't seen that for a long time. And I brought costs way down, just about every cost. I can't think of a cost that went up, but just about every cost. So what they do is they lie. They take ads. You'd almost think that the advertising station would stop it, because they know it's wrong. It's such a lie. All you can do is say it's a lie and explain it. I guess I have the ability to explain it.
They're
at conferences
grapefruiting
like
him
this, so I
live
can
on
take
TV.
advantage of it and do it. But costs are substantially down under the Trump administration. And as you know, Biden had the highest inflation, I believe, in the history of our country. They say 48 years, but regardless, I think it was really the highest in the history of our country. And they were up to numbers that nobody ever saw before. And we have inflation now totally under control. We have a Fed chairman that, if he was doing his job properly, would lower interest rates. But we're bullying through even that. We're doing so well, it's not having that kind of an impact on us. But you want to see a rocket ship? We should have the lowest interest rates, because without us, there's nothing. And we have a strong country now, and we're taking in a lot of money. And other countries aren't even complaining. They got away with murder. They took advantage of a lot of very stupid people that sat in the seat, very stupid people, or people that didn't understand business or something was going on. But hard to believe that they got away with it for so many years. But now, and I'm treating them very fairly. Again, we have countries with tremendous deficits with us, where we have, where we essentially lose a lot of money. And we are changing that around very rapidly, and I think it's about time somebody did it.
Sir, President?
Yeah, please.
Sir, yesterday you said that you were not sure who ordered the munitions halted to Ukraine. Have you since been able to figure that out?
Well, I haven't thought about it, because we're looking at Ukraine right now and munitions, but I have not gone into it.
What does it say that such a big decision could be made inside your government without you knowing?
I would know. If a decision was made, I will know. I'll be the first to know. In fact, most likely I'd give the order, but I haven't done that yet. Yeah, please.
Can I ask how your meeting with Netanyahu went over the last couple of days, and how realistic do you think a ceasefire is this week?
Well, we're talking about Gaza for the most part. I think we have a chance this week or next week. Not definitely. There's nothing definite about war and Gaza and all of the other places that we all deal with so much, but there's a very good chance that we'll have a settlement, an agreement of some kind this week, and maybe next week if not.
On Africa as well, sir. The African Growth and Opportunity Act, which has been central to many sub-Saharan countries having access to the U.S. market, that's due to expire in September. Are you hoping to extend that beyond it?
Well, we'll take a look at that. Yes, please.
Thank you. That's up to Congress to take a first crack at. We know that program's been in place for about 20 years, and at the end result of that, we see a lot of other countries operating in Africa. We still see a lot of tariff and non-tariff barriers in Africa. So I think any discussion about that act would also have to think about how we address those kinds of barriers.
Yeah, Peter.
President Trump, in Alvarado, Texas, a few days ago, 10 people wearing all black allegedly set off fireworks outside an ICE office to lure the officers out so they could ambush them, shoot at them. They had guns and vests and two-way radios. Do you think that this was an isolated incident, or do you think there's a national threat of a left-wing militia that is targeting ICE and CBP?
Now there's
Well,
left-wing
we have some very stupid
militias.
people in the left who have some money that are making it available to these people, because you look at the guns they had, they were brand new. You look at even the clothing they were wearing, it looked like it just came out of some military shop. So you have some very stupid people that, if anything ever happened, they'd be the first to go. They don't understand that. They'd be the first to go. They'd be the first ones hit. But there is money being put behind people. When you look at the weapons they have, the newness of the weapons, rifles that just came out and they have the latest model. So there's something going on, and we'll get to the bottom of it.
And what do you think the penalty should be for these people who are, if they are found guilty, for people
Very
who
stiff.
shoot at ICE officers?
Very, very stiff. Very stiff. A long time in jail, a long time. And one got hit yesterday in the neck, and he fortunately is going to be okay, but he got hit yesterday in the neck. No good.
And what would you think if I read you a quote from a lawmaker who says about ICE, to abolish it, to treat them as criminals or anything that is inappropriate and outrageous? And I told you that that was Democrat John Fetterman.
Wow. It's, by the way, I assume when you read that, because you paused in the middle,
You
don't have to
can't.
read that
Trump
again without
can't
the
can
pause.
only
Can you
pardon
read that
federal
again, please?
charges, not
To
state
abolish it,
charges.
to treat them as criminals or
Pardons aren't
anything
just
that's
like a get out of jail
inappropriate
free
and
card.
outrageous.
So he's saying that to treat the people that did the shooting is... Oh, okay, good, because the way you read it, it really was the opposite. But that's okay. That's all right. I think that's what he meant. No, the new John Fetterman is exactly what you said. He's right. He's right. And we have to protect our police officers, and we will. And we have been, if you saw
I will
the
not.
stats released by the FBI the other day, the murder rate's way down, the lowest it's been in a long time, and that took place over the last 6 months. For the last 6 months, murder, it's a hell of a
You
subject
can
to have
still
to
be
talk about,
jailed
but
in the
murder
state, though,
is way
even if you've
down
been pardoned at a federal
almost
level.
getting to be modern day records. So that's despite the fact that we have a lot of people that came into the country that shouldn't be here.
Mr. President?
Yes, please.
So two questions, one on...
That's the
tariffs,
funniest
on
thing about the
IRS.
Jan 6
On
shit
tariffs,
is that
China
all the people
is
pardoned
reportedly softening their
admitted
impact
guilt.
on U.S. tariffs in Africa, announcing last month that they would halt charges on imports for nearly all of its African partners.
Good.
Does this move by China influence your thinking, your approach to tariffs on the continent?
Well, we treat Africa great in many different ways, including with tariffs. But parts of Africa charge us tremendous tariffs, as you know, and they're going to be dropping those tariffs.
I wonder
They've
if
already informed
the
they're gonna be
countries in
dropping those
Africa
tariffs.
have
We treat
figured
Africa
out
far better
that
than China
if they
or
kiss
anybody
Trump's
else, I would
ass,
say so.
they can get
And
loans
the IRS says that churches can
from the U.S. that they can pay back with
What's your
Chinese
reaction to this,
funds.
and how do you expect this to influence some of the work that's afoot on the continent? There's a lot of American churches that are missionaries doing missionary work on the continent. Do you support that?
I love the fact that churches can endorse a political candidate. I think so.
Belts
because,
and roads and
we have a
pants.
lot of respect for the people that lead the church, for the pastors and the ministers and the rabbis and the...
Don't you hear the
all
Peace
different
Prize talk?
leaders, all
Of
different
course they
religions, and people
have.
respect those people, and I think there's nothing wrong. It was a very big penalty if that took place just a little while ago. They had a thing called the Johnson Act, and it was a very big penalty. I think it's great if a pastor, minister, priest, rabbi, and we could very much go into
The
your
Peace
your
Prize
religion,
is
by
a
the way, which
is a
something that
committee of
people have a great
5
respect
people
for throughout the world.
appointed by a Norwegian
If
parliament.
somebody, of faith wants to endorse, I think it's something that
So,
I'd like to hear. And I'd also,
I mean,
I can
no
guarantee you,
offense to any of these
people
world
that get with
leaders,
every Saturday
but they
or
don't really
Sunday,
have a lot of sway.
whatever it is they're with, they want to hear from these people. And it was a very severe penalty. Those people were not allowed to speak up. Now they're allowed to speak up. No, I think it's terrific.
Your administration took new actions against Harvard University today. Are you still optimistic about reaching a deal with the university?
Oh, yeah, I think so. Harvard's been very bad, totally anti-Semitic. And
They didn't allow his kid in.
absolutely.
What a
reach
bunch of
deal.
bastards.
Peter?
I just got a text from our colleague John Roberts. He says that we are now reporting the guy who was arrested in the Alvarado, Texas incident for tampering with the evidence was a green card recipient under the Biden administration and a prior DACA recipient. What do you think of that?
It's very sad. It's very bad. A lot of them are here. We came in 21 million. I think it's higher than that, by the way, but they say 21 million people came in. Many of them are criminals. Many of them are murderers. 11,888 is what they say are murderers. And they came in through open border policies, no checking, no vetting, no nothing. And we have a lot of that. And despite that, we have crime down, which is pretty amazing.
And this is a
And
long
say hello
meeting,
to
so
John. Say hello to John Roberts.
I will. I'm sure he's watching this right now. A lot of news has broken since we've been in here. Axios says a secret White House meeting between Steve Witkoff, Ron Dermer, and a Qatari envoy on Tuesday led to significant progress in the negotiations over the Gaza hostage and ceasefire deal. What can you tell us about this
It's
secret
very
meeting?
possible. I will tell you, we're getting very close to a deal. I don't know if it's secret or not secret, but it doesn't matter to me. Secret's fine if it gets us to where we want to be. We want to have a ceasefire. We want to have peace. We want to get the hostages back. And I think we're close to doing it. Okay? Thank you all very much. Thank you very much.
President Trump.
Thank you, Peter.
Hold on one second. That's done. Give me 1 sec. I'm back. I don't have any 6180p's. What's up, Proving Crown? I was literally gone for like 7 minutes. I waited all day for this. I hope some vol happens. Yeah, that'd be cool. Where does canned whole chicken fall on the food categorization matrix? Like what, as far as the cube rule of food? It's a salad. No, salad. This is even real Gherk. This is AI Gherk lube. Nice. I wish. So what's real Gherk doing right now then? I've been trading futures market for a while now, and I'm looking to expand my knowledge and options. Where do you recommend I start? Actually, you could check out our website under documentation. Here's the link. And then also, I would recommend picking up a copy of Options as a Strategic Investment. You can find it on like Amazon or something. I don't have like a link, but just make sure you don't accidentally purchase the study guide. But quite a lot of basic options and slightly more advanced options information on our website. Don't get the workbook. Yeah. It is a hardcover book. Greg's chasing that dopamine hit Pink Dragon. Is that like a penis joke? And then grab a copy of Is Bankruptcy for You? Yeah, minutes are out. Several participants said the Fed's fund rate may not be far above its neutral rate. All participants viewed it as appropriate to maintain Fed funds rate at the current target range. Participants agreed risks of higher inflation, weaker labor market conditions had diminished but remain elevated. Participants observed that uncertainty about the economic outlook had diminished amid a reduction in announced and expected tariffs, but overall uncertainty continued to be elevated. New York Fed SOMA chief says market participant survey respondents see Feb 2026 as the end date for the balance sheet drawdown versus Jan 2026 in the prior survey. Fed staff saw higher real GDP growth for 2025 in the previous forecast and saw inflation lower than the prior forecast. New York Fed Summit chief said that market participants, survey respondents, see the Fed portfolio at $6.2 trillion, or about 20% of GDP, reserves to be at $2.9 trillion, and on RRP balance to be low. Immigration policy is reducing available workforce. Market bullish. Hey, fewer jobs, higher wages. Well, fewer employees, higher wages. Well, that's how it should work. It doesn't because people don't represent themselves. Those are like the headlines from the minutes. Maybe if we had like what, like unions again? What if American workers just didn't accept doing more work for the same amount of pay? But then we'd be like Antifa terrorists. I see what you mean. You mean like a collective bargaining agreement? That sounds like some communist bullshit. That stern look your boss gives you isn't actually a stern look. It's just confusion. Because he also doesn't know how to do his job and wants to be paid more. The admin is also saying that anyone on Medicaid qualifies as able-bodied and able to do necessary farm work, as automation increasingly drives unemployment. Wait, what? Wait, anybody on Medicaid that is able-bodied? So we're putting the poors in the fields again? This is a really rapid reversion to mean. Gherkin, I do know how to do my job and want to be paid more. Then ask for more money? Potato Tom's about to have his time in the sun. I'm back to being a peasant. I wonder what comes first, revolution or working in fields? That's not how it works where I work. I get a 3.3% raise without saying anything. Still losing to inflation. Private practice? Have you thought about that? That's the next step up in pay, right? Gross. My ex is on SS benefits. They already monitor this. They have caseworkers that determine if you're able-bodied, and they also determine if your mental health allows you to work or not. I feel like we're just not going to have mental health barriers again anymore. Poor and old, believe it or not, fields. Children, too. Well, poor children. Employed practice is the next step up, but I'd rather die. That's true indentured servitude. Servitude? What is? Employed practice? Really? Mental health is a Democrat creation. Yeah, that's true. You don't have to pay for end-of-life care for people who die at 30. A couple of participants noted they'd be opening to considering a rate cut as soon as the July meeting if data evolves as they expected. Some participants said the most likely appropriate path would involve no rate cuts in 2025. Those participants cited recent elevated inflation readings, elevated business and consumer inflation expectations, and ongoing economic resilience. So the two participants that said they would be open to a rate cut, that's what the market's going to price in, right? Come on, we've been here before. We know how this works, right, guys? Well, in the tipping of the scales, the put sellers are winning here. But then we just see how confident they are, right? No autonomy whatsoever. True private practice is next to impossible as a surgeon. Guess I should have just opened an aesthetic and vein stripping center. Botox party van. Here I come. No, Dave. You gotta do dick fillers. You just inject dicks with filler all day. Didn't he? He spoke last week. The two participants are most likely to get appointed Fed chair after JPAT accidentally shoots himself in the back of the head twice. I have a problem with that. I still have ethics. Oh, god damn it. Those are pesky. Especially if you want more money in America. Like cannoli filling? Exactly. Are you reaching out to your fellow pigeon whales like STD Slot Machine? He seems to have a lot of beneficial advice here. Do you need big loans for that? Huh. Are we bullish? Until the bulls stop being bullish. Right? Like you have the little scales. And over here you got your sold puts, sold calls. Calls started pulling back. So they go up, puts go down. But if puts start taking profit, it'll tip the other way. Are those wizard hats? Sure. What did the minutes say? I had to step out. Here you go, Bob. Your Yelp rating's completely removed? And you're gray now? What is happening? Bob, do you need help? Ew. Kevins? The Kevins are fighting for it? He went out of business? I didn't remember that. No liquidation sale? Advanced refrigeration is heavily dependent on Chinese imports. No one's. Trump's definitely not making Jamie Dimon Fed chair. I know how refrigeration works. What's up, Rafik? Crazy to have been this long above VN. Yeah, yeah. Everything's leveraged to the tits. Baron will be Fed chair. That's the only reasonable division of power. So it kind of makes sense. I don't think Bob voted that way. Or maybe. Different Bob. Longest period in 40 years without an uptick in PMI. Our entire model was dumb mid-level office managers buying excessive refrigerators and products for their offices. What are you going to do now? Dan work? Amazon Prime Day sales are down 41% after the first day for the first time in 4 years. Because people don't want to spend money because they're worried about the economy. That's what happens when people start to be afraid. One sec. Time. Hmm. All right. Net approval down to 0. Jesus. I've been looking into illegal deep sea mining. It looks incredibly lucrative. How does one mine in the deep sea? Water breathing potion? That makes sense. You can't go in the deep sea with a scuba tank. Well, not just a scuba tank, because of the pressure. I knew a dude who was a saturation diver. He made insane money. People that dive at like very, very deep depths. Yeah. He said it was like really fun and exciting, and you got to see a lot of cool things. But you were always like one moron flipping an incorrect switch away from being exploded all over the inside of a metal ball. It's a bit of both. Because it normalizes. Ocean gated. Yeah, basically. Well, I mean, technically it's probably not that scary. Because if it happens, you die instantly. So as long as you don't have any, like, dread. I don't want to explode. Yeah, but if you did, you wouldn't know it. I don't go anywhere near the fucking ocean. Fuck that. Me too. It wasn't even a big mako. It was like no way it could eat me. But fuck that. My cousin's an explosive guy in the army, like demolition. He's totally fine with it for that reason. Either I do my job right, or I won't care either way because I'm dead. Yeah. You do love a tasty bivalve. Oh. Explosive ordnance disposal tax are actually crazy. Yeah, they are. I think I think for those jobs in the military, they like specifically look for people with like a reduced response to fear or psychopathy or Bach-Wyeth or whatever it's called. Crazy look in the eyes. Seen any good movies lately? I've been watching a lot of Guy Ritchie films lately. So no. Yeah, they're fun. They they scratch a very particular itch, but they are not good films. What's up, Ling Ling? It depends on the resistance of the conductor. I saw Mobland. That's actually not Guy Ritchie. Well, he didn't direct it. He produced it. Also, Tom Hardy's a terrible actor. He's good looking, but he is not a good actor. Have you guys watched Venom? He does. I mean, okay, in the show Mobland, he does do what he does best, which is stare at the camera menacingly. I thought he was actually, yeah, he was pretty good in Peaky Blinders. I never saw that. The odds Wolf becomes the next Carvana. Very slim. But they have a new CFO and they're promising to turn things around. So they might not get delisted for a couple months. Venom was hamstringed by a PG-13 rating. It should have been R pushing NC-17 for violence. I don't know if Venom needed to be super violent. If they made it a Carnage movie, then yeah. Carnage was in one of the Venom movies? Really? How did they pull that off without it being just horrific? Sony makes bad movies, that's all. Mm. Sony brought us 28 days later. And the best Will Smith movie ever made. And all the other Will Smith movies. I play gold futures a lot. That's generally how I trade gold. It respects technicals pretty well. Some understanding of COMEX market manipulation is probably good to have. The environment's a little bit more volatile. Currently. Grand Budapest was amazing. No problem, Refik. Was that his new one? I didn't see that. Are we stuck here forever? I mean, here's higher than we were yesterday. I don't know if I've seen anything he's made since Grand Budapest. Oh wait, no. I saw the Netflix one. With like the Roald Dahl stories. With Benadryl Cabbage Patch or fucking Wimbledon tennis match. Budapest Lumberjack. Well, I don't remember his name. Yeah. Bendy Dick Cucumber Snatch. Englishman's silly name. Scissor Kick Thundercats. The 90s, James and the Giant Peach was peak cinema. I went and saw that with my grandma in the movie theaters. And it was. I can't remember his real name anymore. Benedict Cumberbatch? I think so. Anyway, he did it was like the story of Henry Sugar. I think Wes Anderson did all of those. They were pretty good. Doctor Strange. I mean, technically, the price went up after the minutes were released. Slightly. The day doesn't end for another hour and 9 minutes. You know, I posted that letter this morning about raising the price of Billionaire, and I expected a lot more pushback, honestly. There was only one person who formerly stood in protest. You posted what? Part of the deal. Don't worry, 2 weeks before anything's set in stone. Imagine how the people getting tariff letters feel. They don't actually care. That's what it told me. I can't believe you guys didn't read it. It was like one of my best shit posts in a long time. I read it. I couldn't believe people thought it was real. That's how people feel about Trump's letters. Listen, me too. I had like 1 microgram of serotonin. I spent it wisely. How's this for a shitpost, nerd? I still haven't canceled, mostly because I'm doing dumb stuff for the past 4 months. Although I've lost about 55 pounds. Is that bound? I haven't lost my love for you. You can't shed that weight. How the fuck has it been 45 months? I ask myself that almost every day. And yet, I wouldn't change a thing. Okay, that's not true. That would raise the price of Billionaire. 55 pounds? That's a full port. That's several ports. We're doing milestone chats now. Let me just say, long live the pickle jar. Thank you, Humongous. Also, no, you guys don't have to do that. I've lost 15 pounds this year, a wife, and also several full ports. Twins. Did some tirzepatide for a few months so I could work out without knee pain, but also working out 5-6 times a week. Weights, running, biking. Harder to do without the shots, but doable. Did you notice like a bounce, like a bounce back after doing the shots for 6 months? Or how many months? You're a surgeon. You're supposed to be like psychotic about your fitness. Three months? Huh. Interesting. I could be less fat for money. Me too. I miss my pre-COVID body. Sometimes I stand in front of the mirror and mark out where I used to be less fat with a Sharpie, but then I run out of ink. I haven't used one of these in months. Better get it out before I'm priced out of Billionaire. Now what to say? Pickle inflation is picking up. I'm not actually raising the prices. It's a shitpost. But that also depends on negotiations. But it takes away your appetite. Yeah, that's probably good. Went from Brawny Man to Stay Puft over COVID. Last time I did that, you didn't show up. Just left the message on red. Joke's on you. I signed up with an iPhone and was paying $30 a month before it was cool. Gherkin knows those Canadians can barely afford Dillionaire, and because he loves Canada and me so much, he would never raise rates. God bless Canada or something. Jeff, you're forgetting that your fellow countryman is AJ. I just gained enough weight to move up a new size in pants. Congratulations. He's Canadian? I'm sorry. Typical. I'm gonna get Carney to deport him. Alright. I don't think I receive any of the arbitrage. I just get the flat rate minus YouTube's like 50%. Even if you're paying in euros. Also, GS is sick. Thanks, man. They shouldn't be charging you $24.99 in euros, though. Maybe are you wait? Oh, if you're paying on iPhone, that might be why. I think it's fair. The U.S. pays the tariff. Let the Canadians keep some of their monopoly money. It won't be monopoly money if Trump craters the dollar. I've already decided to increase my yen portfolio. I'm going to stream myself working a daytime job at a Tokyo 7-Eleven. And then we trade at night. It's perfect. Sounds pretty awesome, not gonna lie. Japanese 7-Elevens are awesome. Talk more about your long yen position. I'm long yen. Yeah, I think that covers it. Futures. No. I read about the work culture at Family Mart, and I don't think I'll fit in.
Gorilla Mode put their pickle in my jar. Five.
6J. Oh, thank you so much, Gorilla Mode. Cock to you too, sir. It spelled it out letter by letter. I can't hear that anymore. Remember, it got like really annoying when people started spamming the Ko-Fi. So I raised the price of Ko-Fi and then muted it on my end so only you guys can hear it. You're welcome. Perfection. I thought so. Listen, Brett, shit's more expensive. The second commercial shipping vessel attacked earlier this week in the Red Sea by the Iranian-backed Houthis in Yemen, the Liberian-flagged and Greek-owned MV Eternity Sea has now sunk. Oh shit. What was it full of? What's the target for end of day? Good question. Probably just like 55. I guess potentially we could go all the way up to 70 if things squeezed off. Very easy for us to sit at 55 or fall back to 45. Guess it just depends mostly on profit taking at this point. YouTube has maintained prices. Good for them. That's because they get half. I'll tell you right now, the price of Zillionaire never would have gone up if Trump was president. Oh, wait. Huh. Yeah, I'll stick to it. I love that two of the members that were very evident on the dot plot voting for a rate cut in the back half of 2025 have turned Fed fund future pricing around a few points. Despite the vast majority of Fed presidents saying that they don't want to cut in 2025. And this is the kind of irrationality that causes, well, everything, actually. I used to sell books on Amazon, and they take like 90%. What? It's like trading them in or something? You can read? Answer my questions. I think the price increase is fair. There's nowhere else I can find both financial advice and sexual satiation. You're not even a billionaire. Just set up your own shop and sell your own used books. You can collect them in your garage. My point stands. Thanks. Let's make it more fun. I'll only raise the price of Billionaire if Trump commits to the current tariff rates. So if tariffs are real, Billionaire goes up. I have to account for the devaluation in the dollar. I'm like all cash. I need people to be aware of the macro environment, Jen, and this is a fun way to do that. I already delayed it for 2 weeks this morning after writing the letter. Gakko? This is like it's a real life example of how ridiculous this whole policy is. If we actually get tariffs, will Walken come back? He came back during the market crash, but I didn't unban him. Have you ever thought about running for Fed chair? It's not an elected position. I'm going to tell JPOW about the billionaire membership increase at the next Fed Listens event. We had a new air tour installed for one of our compressed air systems. They added an RI tariff of $84. I'm going to send them a tariff-free certificate. Will it work? Wait, do you have are you free of tariffs? What super PAC do you have to donate to get that? You're correct, Chad Anderson. What, like Pi-Fi branded pickle jar, like mason jars? You want the kind with the handle or without? What's going on? We had FOMC minutes and then the market went up a little bit. You're just gonna tariff us. This is great. Pickle whiskey. Just make massive piles of cinnamon. Grit can't tariff you without congressional approval. Oh, I have to go to the pigeon whales? What is a meatless outbreak? I don't want to know. Never mind. I take it back. How much is Dilly going up? Between 0 and 20%? Measles? Oh, maybe you meant that. Oh, he did. No, we're not going up forever. We already hit resistance. I just match your tariff. If I get a tariff letter from YouTube, no bueno. Any chance of a pullback in today? Gex looks like it's at resistance. How's Charm? Oh, you can check on your very own subscription of Gamma Strike. Chilling today. Just a little bit. No, Gamma Strike's not increasing with tariffs. We factored those in to the original pricing. No, there's currently no available bundles. Do you take Klarna? Hmm. 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 You know your most viewed video on your channel is a GameStop shareholders meeting 3 years ago. Yep. You've come a long way. Have I? Things are definitely not the same. Was that the first one where Cohen railed us? I think so. We're floating on bot calls or sold pets. Sold pets. The only bot calls on the chain are in the money, down at like 45 and 35. Uh, we're floating on bot calls or sold pets. Oh, we already answered that. Somebody want Trump said he'd have more tariff letters? Supposedly, yeah. It was like some inconsequential country, though, right? What do you think of puts for end of day? Eh. Right now, the most likely closing price is 55, but it's risky. Like, technically, we could squeeze all the way out to 75 if they pushed hard enough. Well, 70, I guess. 65, 70. But they could squeeze it. I mean, Japan was a big deal, but and South Korea, but most of the other countries haven't been very important. The Amazon Prime Day sales are not going well. Nice, animal. Amazon prices on many items have been higher for the sale than before the sale. That's like really common on Prime Day. Actually, that's pretty common with all of Amazon's sales. Like Black Friday, where you find out shit was just way cheaper earlier in the year. Not every item, but it can be used to build indicators, but different ones. I mean, it's not the same as options, so. Do you have a mix of squeezed consumers in general and just Amazon exhausting actual interest with their bullshit? Yeah. Maybe we'll get stores again. Oh my god. Guys, let's just create a communal fund and we'll just wait for the inevitable failure of e-commerce and then we can just restart all the stores that used to be wildly successful. Family Office win. No, not Blockbuster. Not unless we get a big solar flare. Yeah, like Woolworths, KB Toys, Toys R Us. There's still Orange Julius's, I think. Spirit of Halloween can never go out of business. No, not like GameStop. Again, solar flare. Did you ever get something cool at FAO Schwartz as a kid? Yeah. That place was fucking magical. Do you have Gamma Max for Riley? Yes. 435. The new FAO Schwartz is just a cesspool tourist trap. The old one was amazing. I don't remember Zany Brainy. Maybe I do. Oh my god, I kind of do. Damn, that shit was peak America. Have you guys gone toy shopping recently? They suck. Like, they just don't even try anymore. There used to be, like, actual engineers working on toys. I don't even know what that means, Nitu. I'm old as fuck, and I'm not too old for toys. Yeah, but video games suck now. The toy industry hasn't been the same since Josh Baskin. Huh? Wait, you mean the character from Big? Featuring Tom Hanks? Oof, this one could hurt. Bill coming to the Senate floor. Bill would impose 500% tariff on imports from any nation that purchases Russian uranium, gas, and oil. Oh, so we're gonna fight everyone. Squishmallows aren't a toy. They're just pillows. Action figures and really intricate toys are expensive niche adult hobby items now for the most part, as far as I can tell. I try to buy myself one toy a month. I have a whole bin of toys. So you just gotta buy like weird German educational toys. Toys haven't been the same since they took the rubber band out of the middle of G.I. Joes. Those are the fucking best. No, it's probably best not to use Squishmallows as an adult toy. I too have a bin of toys, but my wife and I share those. I miss playgrounds being dangerous. I remember one time I was at you guys remember those like castle, like the wooden castle playgrounds? I remember one time I was running up to a slide and I had to like stop myself, and so I put my hand out to grab the railing and I got a splinter like this fucking long, like right through my palm. God, it was the best. Yeah. Some would say I had an idyllic childhood. Good thing you weren't a vampire yet. Did you guys hear about that like city council in the Midwest that was trying to build playgrounds like in a circle around their town in order to keep out all the registered sex offenders? Smart. That's not a real story. I just made that up, but it's a great idea. No, you would just become surrounded by sex offenders, Nitu. Or they'd move into the crevices of the Venn diagram. I made a Sim City like that once. It's like that one town in Florida that's specifically full of sexual offenders. Oh, you mean Florida? Mar-a-Lago. What is it? What is it about Florida that attracts so many weirdos? Remember when we discussed squeezing up? This is how it starts. Too hot? But people have to conscientiously decide to move there. Everywhere has weirdos. Florida's just loud about it. No, Florida's got more. Elementary school had a gifted program where kids got a special extended learning hour a week. It turns out they were just playing with Connects. Yeah, extended learning. This is how you cultivate a suburb of John Wicks. Wait. Hold on. How? Until Floridian came back with half an eyebrow. Still no clue what happened to it. You probably just shaved it off, trying to be gangster. Are they doing crocodile in Florida now? I thought that was like a Russian thing. All right, fair enough. Did we fill that upside gap yet from Friday's close? No. This would be a great time to do it in the next 1 minute. I mean, it looks like the tariff groundhog came out of its hole, saw its shadow, and went back into hiding for another 30 days. I need a stream card that's a picture of a groundhog running away from Trump's shadow. Dressed as Peter Pan. Ding ding. All right, so closed a bit above the market maker's expected move to the day. Pretty much rising all the way from the drop of the FOMC minutes into close, but still closing a little bit lower than the high of the day. There remains a gap to the upside to like 62.79 and a gap to the downside at 62.27. For ES, this means we're back above the all-time high, or the prior all-time high, but still well below the recent all-time high, with some resistance being found earlier in the day at 63.15. Dollar completely flat on the day, I think for the second day in a row now, but yields did fall at the top end of the curve, with 2 of 12 Fed presidents saying that they would be willing to cut as early as July if the data supported it. Yep, you heard that right. Correlation on the 1 month still increasing, and increasing very rapidly. However, correlation on the 3 month mostly flat over the course of the day. On the commodity side, a little bit of improvement in gold. Oil flat, everything else pulling back, including copper a little bit, which had a huge rally yesterday. But overall, commodities down on the day. No bond volatility to speak of, but correlation on the 3 month is starting to decline again. Carry trade leverage dropped a little. I think it was like 8.6 yesterday's close, 8.5 today. Leverage in the short end dropped as well, and that coincides with a turn up in the yield curve and a drop in the forward yield of volatility. Very significant one, closing the day at negative 17.49%. So at least in the near term, the event vol getting the fuck shorted out of it. Skew was up a little bit last night. I don't think that matters too much. Breadth is still pretty narrow, but there's some room. there's a little bit of room for near-term decliners to turn back up again. And stocks above the 200-day moving average remains relatively high. This is the Vixpiration, so we're obviously seeing vol shorted very, very hard following that. Like I said, it does open up volatility, but it opens it up both ways. Correlation between VIX, cash VIX continuing to fall, so still a lot of vol shorting going on. Fed fund futures turned up a little bit on the FOMC minutes, pricing in slightly more than 2 rate cuts into the end of the year now after falling below 2 rate cuts yesterday. Middle of next year, still hovering above 3, and chances for a cut by the September meeting improving slightly. Bear steepener fell about 3%, and on the technical side of things, we have, a breakout from yesterday's kind of indecision to the upside, but still a lower high. So, I mean, this could still fail before testing the current all-time high, which is at 62.85. But we could continue to move higher into the end of the week, especially with the event vol coming down, prompting a lot of short puts coming in there. I would say that tonight we're probably going to see that put leverage has risen a little bit, at least, and that should be fairly stabilizing in this range. So I think that's about it. Yeah. We'd still be watching that like 62.28 level for a failure. Sustained failure. We did close above it, I believe, on Monday and yesterday as well. Yesterday a little below it. So yeah. And then otherwise, only resistance to the upside, 62.85. Beyond that, breakout. The double-edged sword of always up. July 2028. Anyway, thank you guys so much for tuning in. I will try to be up in the morning. Seriously. It's not been easy lately, but I'll do my best. See you there. Have a good night, guys. Later.